Please take your seats because we are ready to start. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is George Blonzos. I'm the chair of the doctoral consortium session. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here. We will start with the first presenter, Mrs. Maria Spigliotti from the Agricultural University of Athens. She will give a talk about value chain analysis of a cheese with geographical indication. Maria, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction, Professor Glodjos. Let me start by saying a few words about my own background. My name is Maria Spigliotti. I am an agronomist and I have a master's degree in entrepreneurship from Agricultural University of Athens. In addition, I am PhD candidate at the Department of Agricultural Economics and Rural Development from the same university. Today, I'm going to talk about the value chain analysis of a cheese with geographical indication. My presentation is structured as follows. This study aims to analyze some critical aspects of the value chain of the Greek cheese Ladotyri Mytilinnis PDO. More specifically, to determine the value that is added in each stage and to identify opportunities for value creation and cost reduction. First of all, I would like to share with you some basic information about this cheese. Sheep and goat farming is one of the most critical sectors in Greek agriculture, taking place mainly in remote areas. At the prefecture level, the island of Lesbos comes third in milk production in Greece after Larissa and Tetoloakarnania. 23 Greek cheeses have already been granted a geographical indication status. 3 of them are produced in Lesbos, the most famous being Ladotyri Mytilinnis PDO. This cheese is made from the milk of the local sheep breed, which grazes of the olive groves of the island throughout the year. After its preparation, the cheese is preserved in local olive oil. This particular cheese is closely linked to local resources and is involved in several areas of economic activity, acting as a driver of development for the specific region. If you look at this graph, you can see that the volume production of the product has doubled from 2010 to 2021. The analysis of the value chain of this cheese is a powerful tool to upgrade the economic status of the actors involved and improve the distribution of added value. As far as theoretical background is concerned, value-added agriculture entails changing a raw agricultural product into something new through packaging, processing, or any other type of process that the product differentiates from original raw commodity. The agri-food chain encompasses the individuals and/or businesses involved in the agricultural production and processing of food, encompassing production, processing, storage, trading, distribution, and consumption. A value chain analysis can identify the share of value adding and the risks faced by each actor. It can identify the weaknesses that prevent progress and suggest actions that improve. The economic value added is multiple if the value chain is stable and sustainable. Three main steps can be distinguished in value chain analysis. Firstly, identification of the main actors and their roles in the value chain. Secondly, calculation of added value per level of the value chain. Thirdly, analysis of dynamics. Added value is the difference between the value of outputs and the value of intermediate inputs. Regarding methodology, techno-economic data were collected through in-depth interviews with the key actors of the examined value chain, as shown in the table. A representative sample of livestock farms was derived using the Neyman allocation method. The sample of livestock farmers has come from the 5 strata that we distinguished in the livestock farms based on their size. Results, value chain mapping regarding farms. Today in Lesbos, there are 1,998 livestock farms, as indicated by the most significant actors of the value chain. A significant proportion of livestock farmers are part-time in animal husbandry. Thus, they have olive groves, tourism accommodations, or taverns. The largest livestock farms are placed in northwestern part of the island. Only a limited number of farms have milking machines. As far as cooperatives are concerned, the present tense of cooperatives refer to us that 6 cooperatives have formed the Breeders' Association of the Lesbos sheep. Dairies, there are 9 private and 2 cooperative cheese factories that are responsible for the production of Ladotiri Mytilinnis PDO. In this graph, you can see the main actors of the value chain and the routes that the products follow from the farmers until it reaches to the consumers. In the first case, we can see that the product reaches to the final consumers without intermediate actors. In the other routes, show how the product is delivered to the consumers with intermediate actors such as farmers, wholesalers, dairies, and retailers. Calculation of value added. Sheep rearing in Lesbos support a significant number of jobs, of which 93% derive from farm family members. In addition, 7% are covered by hired labor. On average, per kilogram of milk, total revenue with subsidies is €1.09, from which an intermediate consumption of 64 cents is subtracted, resulting in a gross value added of 45 cents. Furthermore, net value added and farm family income per kilogram of milk formed at 33 cents and 32 cents, respectively. Total value added of Ladotiri is estimated at €4.2 million. In period 2022 to 2021, the price of the final consumers is €12 per kilogram of Ladotiri. The value of intermediate inputs for sheep rearing is 4.45, and the greatest value added comes from the dairies. You can see the rest in this table, in this figure. Opportunities for value creation and cost reduction. The close connection of the product with the local resources can be exploited to introduce the cheese to the niche markets. More specifically, grazing covers about 10% of the sheep's nutritional needs. Thus, livestock farmers are forced to buy feed which is usually transported from central Greece, which is burdened by transport costs. Improving pasture management can help meet most of the sheep's nutritional needs. The provision of advisory services to breeders by appropriate specialized scientists can improve herd management and the quality of the final product. The development of basic infrastructure, such as the installation of milking machines, can improve the quality of the final product, but also the working conditions of livestock farmers. Last but not least, the establishment of an interprofessional organization, which will include representatives from all levels of the value chain, will contribute to the easier transfer of knowledge to all interested parties, thus improving coordination in strategic moves and ultimately increasing added value. In conclusion, the examined value chain has a lot of untapped potential. The analysis of the value chain helps us to identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats that characterize the specific production system. The fairest possible distribution of added value to all actors in the value chain is considered a necessary step towards the sustainable development of the product. Understanding how to improve added value is the cornerstone for upgrading the value chain. This study must be continued further in order to investigate other aspects unknown to date. At this point, I would like to emphasize that this presentation is part of the largest effort that has resulted in publication to scientific results. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. One question from me. Do you think that this specific value chain has similarities or major differences compared to other value chains producing traditional cheeses on a European level?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. It is very interesting. I think that this cheese, and specifically value added, is different because it's a unique product that it has strong connections and ties with Lesbos and local resources. So if the producers and all actors in the value chain utilize this specific value, in the future become more significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And the second presenter is Mrs. Sarah Hertel. She will talk about digital technologies, if digital technologies can lead to improved learners detection on dairy farms.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. So I would like to talk about a project we're working on, which deals with the question, could digital technologies lead to improved lameness detection on dairy farms? Thank you. So why is lameness detection such a significant topic for us? There has been a study which was performed by veterinary universities over the last 5 years throughout Germany, and they found out that lameness is still prevalent in German dairy farms. In the southern and northern part of Germany, every fourth cow was lame, while in the eastern part, every second to third cow was lame. And this is not only a German problem, it's a worldwide problem. So I also found a study indicating that the lameness prevalence in Greece might be 18.7%. So it's also a problem you are dealing here with. Lameness can cause both economic and welfare issues. So for the economic part, in the last 10 years, in 8 to 9% of the cases, claw health problems have been the cause of cow departures in dairy herds. And even in milder lameness cases, also you have to take into account the treatment costs, because the later you detect lameness, the more expensive it will be to treat the cow. And especially chronic lameness cases are really expensive, because when a cow suffers from lameness already in its first lactation, it will probably never reach its full performance potential. For animal welfare part, lameness is most of the time associated with pain, and also cows might be limited due to lameness in their natural behavior patterns. So there have been our study focuses on the so-called indirect automatic lameness detection, which means that you try to detect lameness based on the cow's individual behavior and performance data, which is collected by animal-specific sensor systems. You can see all of them here. We include many different sensor systems from various manufacturers. So we have pedometers installed on the cow's legs, collars on the neck, and also boluses in the reticulum of the cows. We also collect information from our milking robots and from other different systems like BCS cameras or weighing throws. There have already been 2 preceding projects at our institute about indirect automatic lameness detection, and they found out that a randomly chosen cow could be correctly distinguished as lame or non-lame with a probability of over 85% by using those models. So our project now is kind of a new approach, a continuation of the preceding projects where we use more different sensor systems in milking robots from various manufacturers, while in the first project it's only 1 pedometer by 1 manufacturer was used. We also collect those data on more different project farms. So we have 5 common dairy farms and 3 research farms included. And the aim is to review and further develop the existing models, but also to analyze which data from which systems is suitable for the automatic lameness detection, and to create a model which works for different sensor systems at the same time. So we record the behavior and performance data by using the sensor systems. Then we include this data in different algorithms, and we also need a reference system for our claw health. And as for this reference, we decided to go for a combination out of the findings we record at the farm claw trimming, a pain test, which is carried out with claw pliers at the trimming to test if the cow is also painful, and a 3-step locomotion score, which is performed by watching video recordings of the cows leaving the milking robot. So you can see the 3-step locomotion score here, which was designed for those projects. If a cow is already walking irregular, uneven, and asymmetric, it is scored as 3 lame. If it's walking regular, smooth, and symmetric, but showing one of the features like an arched back, a compensatory posture, or head bobbing, it is scored to unsound. And if it's walking normally and all those traits are absent, it is scored 1 sound. In order to use this locomotion score in our study, we needed to validate it first. So we also created a 3-step lesion score, including the claw lesions and the pain test, and compared this one to each other. and reached a percentage of agreement of 80%, and also a confidence interval of being moderate to almost perfect, so we could use this score in our study. So which of the different recorded parameters by our sensor systems are the most interesting ones for automatic lameness detection? There have been a lot of studies regarding body weight and the correlation to lameness. So cows with a higher body weight and also higher BCS, but also cows with a lower body weight and BCS tend to have a higher risk of lameness. For rumination, there could be a negative influence of lameness, but there are also many studies in which no effect was shown. So we are looking forward to our results here. For feed intake, with progressing lameness, also the feed intake amount decreases, but more significant is the feeding behavior, because lame cows tend to show a higher feeding pace and less numbers of meals. For activity, already in mild lameness cases, you can see a decrease of activity, but activity is a very animal-specific parameter, so you have to be careful when you take this one into account. Milk yield can be indicative, but there have been also studies in which no effect was shown. In our preceding project, they could prove that higher levels of milk yield only lead to a higher risk of lameness if at the same time the cows spend less time at the feeding troughs or show less lying durations. Also, an increasing parity and increasing lactation numbers could increase the risk of lameness, and lame cows show show longer lying times and less but more extended lying bouts. So some preliminary conclusions we made during this project is that for automatic lameness detection, you really need this combination out of different parameters from different sensor systems to create precise models. So it's unlike heat detection where maybe activity is enough, you really need this combination out of different parameters. Our three-step locomotion score was validated and proved as a reliable reference system for claw health in this examination. And we already made some observations during our claw trimming. So some cows seem to be less sensitive to pain than others, and there already were high variability of lameness signs in cows suffering from digital dermatitis. So we might follow up these questions when finishing our data collection and starting with the analysis. So the data collection will be finished in October 2022 and will include 22 different claw trimming dates with all the information about claw health and all the sensor data, and then further analysis and modeling is anticipated. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for this interesting presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, one question from me. This is indeed a promising technology, and the accuracy level up till now is on a satisfactory level. If I remember well, 85%. Does this technology or similar technologies being adopted already by the farmers, or they don't know their existence, or they need more training in order to be ready to use it?
The problem is that those algorithms are not on the market yet. So this is only for science at the moment, but we're trying to make this wider approach to also include more different systems and more different companies to spread the word, and also let the companies know that this is we're really hoping that this will help the farmers to detect lameness. And we hope that in the end of the project, maybe some companies will tell us, yeah, maybe we could work together and establish those algorithms also on the farms.
Okay. I'm sure that the future will be very positive for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the next presenter is Mrs. Evangelia Karasmanaki. She will give a talk under the title Recommending a Strategy for the Transition Towards Circular Economy Based on the Views of Environmental Student. Ms. Karasmanaki? She's not here.
Hear me? Can you
Okay,
hear me?
okay, sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Welcome to my presentation. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Evangelia Karasmanaki, and I'm a doctoral student in environmental policy. The topic of this presentation is recommending a strategy for the transition towards circular economy based on the views of environmental students. This presentation is based on a paper that was authored by Eleni Liberivou, Konstantinos Bletsas, Achilleas Kontogiorgos, Georgios Tsodopoulos, and me, Evangelia Karasmanaki. Let me very briefly introduce you to this topic by saying that circular economy is a very promising option because with circular economy, we can utilize the same resources over and over again without ever stopping. However, this is not our current economy model. We are still in the linear economy model, and therefore we need to examine ways and come up with some strategies in order to facilitate the transition towards a circular economy. In order to contribute to this effort, we have examined the views and the attitudes of environmental students about circular economy. And then, based on these views and attitudes, we proposed a strategy that could facilitate the transition to circular economy. To perform this study, we designed a structured questionnaire, which was administered to 160 undergraduate students of the Department of Forestry of the Democritus University of Thrace. We followed the multi-stage sampling to recruit our respondents, and the collected data were analyzed with the statistical package for the social sciences. In this slide, we can see some information about the sociodemographic profile of our respondents. We can see that female respondents were slightly more than male respondents in our sample. The sample consisted of students from all academic years. However, most respondents were attending the third and fifth academic years. And it was also quite impressive that in terms of students' family background, students' parents were highly educated, and considerable shares of mothers and fathers were university graduates. Here we can see some very interesting results which have to do with how students perceive circular economy. The most important result, perhaps, was that students were not interested in working in sectors or fields related to circular economy. That being said, students would like to learn more about circular economy, and they would like to attend educational programs or seminars about circular economy. The majority also thought that circular economy could be a viable solution for the use of natural resources. There was, however, some division about the ability of circular economy to have a positive impact on our economy. In this slide, we can see how students evaluated the advantages of circular economy. It was interesting that students acknowledged that circular economy can reduce the volume of waste and therefore to decongest landfills. They also perceived that circular economy can reduce waste management costs. However, they were not much aware that circular economy can also increase the value of products. We also asked our students to evaluate the measures that could be taken in order to induce more businesses to adopt circular economy. And it can be seen that for our respondents, the most effective measure would be to provide information about circular economy and its benefits. We also examined students' criteria for buying and choosing products, and it was seen that the quality and the resilience of products were the most important criteria. However, our respondents did not pay much attention to the environmental policy that manufacturers follow. In this slide, we can see the environmental habits of students. It can be seen that, well, they are, of course, environmental students, so we would expect an inclination to recycle. And this was confirmed because the most important environmental habits of students concerned the recycling of plastic and paper packages. However, students did not report repurposing old things. Finally, it was also very interesting that students mostly use internet-based information sources for their daily information. And more specifically, they reported using social media and websites. However, they used the least printed media, such as national and local newspapers. In view of these results, we could draw some conclusions. The most important insight from this study was perhaps that while students reported not being interested in pursuing a career in sectors related to circular economy, they were, however, interested in learning more about circular economy. And this suggests that if students learned more about circular economy, then they would be more willing to work in relevant sectors. We also detected some gaps in students' knowledge. Students did not quite know that circular economy can create new jobs, increase the competition among businesses that follow circular economy models, and the ability of circular economy to increase the value of products. Therefore, in future efforts to inform students about circular economy, these are the areas that we should focus on. And finally, in this slide, we can see the strategy that which can be proposed based on our results. This strategy is directed towards younger consumers, such as our students, our respondents. And we see clearly in this figure that circular economy should be a continuous procedure which never stops and which follows specific steps. This strategy should bring forward and emphasize the benefits of circular economy. It should also select carefully the measures that could facilitate the implementation of circular economy models. A major component, let's say, of this strategy would also be to focus on information, the provision of information about circular economy, either through educational programs, information campaigns, or just seminars, would be a really effective way to facilitate circular economy. And for this strategy, it is recommended to use social media and websites, that is internet-based information sources, because these are the information sources that younger people mostly use. And therefore, if we use these information sources, we are more likely to reach out to them. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. A small question from me. Do you think that the findings of this primary research you have undertaken can be utilized in order to modify the modules being taught in environmental departments, enhancing the students' awareness about the benefits and the potential of circular economy?
Thank you for your question. Well, this was, let's say, also an indirect objective of this study. Environmental students will work in some critical sectors. They can work in agricultural sectors, other environmental fields, and it is very important for them to be able not only to recognize the potential of a circular economy, but also the ways that it can be implemented. Therefore, I believe that the curricula of environmental departments should really integrate such findings. In essence, our results can serve as a roadmap to design in a better way, and in an effective way, a course about circular economy.
Okay, thank you very much. You have another presentation.
Yes, I have another, so please let me upload it once again.
Okay, under the title, Recommending a Strategy for the Transition Towards Circular Economy. Sorry,
Okay.
an investigation of Greek agricultural cooperative services. What is missing?
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this is our second presentation in this conference. The title is An Investigation on Greek Agricultural Cooperative Services. What is missing? This paper was authored by Panagiotta Dimopoulou, Achilleas Kontogiorgos, Georgios Tsantopoulos, and me. Let me introduce you briefly to this topic by saying that cooperatives have played a major role in the agricultural sector in the past decades. And it would be no exaggeration to say that agricultural cooperatives have enabled farmers to endure those major changes in the production and in the market of agricultural products. Cooperatives are also experiencing a rising trend. We see more and more cooperatives being established. However, there are still challenges and there is some room for improvement if we want to have successful cooperatives and therefore satisfied farmers. To contribute to this effort, we investigated the views and the attitudes of farmers who are members of agricultural cooperatives in a very traditional and typical agricultural area here in Greece. In specific, we examined their views on the contribution of cooperatives, and we also examined their opinion on which measures would improve the operation of cooperatives. Let's say a few things about the methodology that was followed to perform the study. The study area was the municipal unit of Zagora. This area is quite famous for its agricultural cooperatives, and this is where we can find a very famous agricultural cooperative, which is called Zagorin. Zagorin is is the producer of really high quality apples, which have been designated protected area designation of origin. To recruit our respondents, we employed simple random sampling, and in total, we administered questionnaires to 199 farmers who were members of agricultural cooperatives in the study area. The collected data were also analyzed with the statistical package for the social sciences. And in this slide, we can see the socio-demographic profile of our respondents. Most of them were male, married, and had 2 children. It is also interesting that almost half of our respondents were aged between 41 to 50 years, which corresponds to the trend that we observe, in which we see that farmers are a bit aging. The population of farmers is aging. We don't see many young people in this profession anymore. Farmers in our sample had a quite long experience in farming. For example, 35.7% had been farmers for 25 to 35 years. And in this slide, we can see how our respondents evaluated the contribution of agricultural cooperatives. Farmers acknowledged that cooperatives are able to improve the profile of the local community. They can also support local society, provide opportunities for local development, provide a good name for agricultural products and services, open up the market for new products. They also acknowledged that cooperatives are open to new members. All these contributions were thus positively evaluated by our respondents. However, our respondents thought that cooperatives do not provide adequate training to their members, nor the ability to invest in the cooperative with high return rates. For this multivariate question, which is the contribution of cooperatives, we also applied factor analysis, and our data fitted well for this analysis. In total, 4 factors were extracted, and in this figure, we can see the 4 factors. So we could say that the contribution of cooperatives are characterized by 4 factors. The first factor concerns the participation of members in decision-making and interest representation. The second factor involves the contribution of cooperatives to the local area and also the production of high quality and environmentally friendly products. The third factor involved the information, training, and investment opportunities that cooperatives provide to their members. And the fourth factor involved the exclusivity of products, access to funding, and new technologies. Another examined topic in this study was concerned the measures to improve cooperatives operation. In essence, we asked respondents how to improve cooperatives. And we can see that our respondents thought that it is important to adopt a decision-making model in which decisions are not made only by the administration, but also by market experts. They also thought that it is important to make investments in equipment in order to produce better and high quality products, and also to make investments in R&D. They also thought that the share price for new members should be increased and that prices should be established according to the quantities of the delivered produce. A factor analysis was again applied on this multivariate question. The data fitted well for this analysis. Again, 4 factors were extracted. Of course, this question involved many variables. This is why factor analysis was necessary. And in this slide, we can see the factors for the measures to improve cooperatives' operation. So the first factor involved measures for price establishment, quality control, and management. The second factor involved measures to improve the establishment of prices. The third factor involved investments in equipment, R&D, and also the inclusion of market experts in decision-making processes. And finally, the fourth factor involved equal vote and the ability to transfer or sell shares for all members. To conclude, we could say that farmers who are members of agricultural cooperatives in the study area acknowledged the positive role of cooperatives in the local area. They acknowledged that cooperatives are not important only for helping farmers sell their products or market better their products, but they acknowledged that there is a great potential for improving or upgrading the image of rural areas. Therefore, we see that members attach great importance to the ability of cooperatives to improve local communities. And therefore, we propose that cooperatives need to include some local development objectives in their agenda. They also need to improve some aspects, such as they should provide more training to their members and also enable them to make investments with high return rates. They should also include market experts in decision-making, make investments in R&D and equipment in order to have better products, and also to make changes in the way that the prices are established. All of these measures, along with a greater focus on local development, are expected to enable cooperatives not only be successful and market products better, but also attract new members. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, just a short one. Regarding the investments parameter you have commented a lot, do you think that farmers are more willing to invest on a farm level or on a cooperative level?
This was actually a question in a variable in a multivariate question. What they are really interested in doing is to make investments in the cooperative with higher return rates. This is what concerns them the most.
Okay, thank you very much for being here with us. We continue with Mrs. Efrosini Bitakou. Okay. She will give a talk under the title Social Media Marketing in Greek Winery, Evidence from Facebook.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to my presentation. Let me introduce myself. I am Efrosini Bitakou from Agricultural University of Athens. As you can see on the screen, our topic today is social media marketing in Greek winery, evidence from Facebook. First of all, it is necessary to underline the objective of this research. This study deals with social media marketing in Greek winery during the COVID-19 outbreak. It focuses on to evaluate wineries' activities and impact through their Facebook profiles before and after the imposed lockdowns in Greece. In this slide, you can see that the presentation starts with an introduction about social media and social media marketing. Then, I will go on to highlight what I see as the main points of methodology. And finally, I will focus on results and conclusions of the research study. It is widely acknowledged that in the last decade, several social media platforms have emerged and gained instant popularity for personal and business use as well. Social media are widely used and their diffusion starts mainly from youth and reaches even seniors. In addition, social media have transformed businesses' dynamics, offering new opportunities for effective marketing. Therefore, in this context, businesses are working on social media platforms and they use social media platforms to keep in touch, to interact, and promote products and services to their customers. Therefore, social media marketing is a subset of digital marketing. It uses social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, to market products and services, engage with existing customers, and reaches new ones. In this part of my presentation, I have divided my presentation into three main parts. The first step of methodology is to give you a review on existing social media analytic tools. Then, I selected a social media analytics tool, namely FanPage Karma. And lastly, I collected data and analyzed this data of winery businesses. In the context of methodology, review on existing social media analytic tools, I found 51 social media analytic tools, and then I recorded these tools on a table, as you can see on the next slide. Moreover, the evaluation criteria of these tools are a social network support, because some tools process a single social network and others many. The pricing, which varies depending on the services offered. Also, mobile-friendly, most tools, and especially 29, have a mobile app. And last of all, the supported languages, most tools use English and Greek. In this slide, we can see a table with some tools out of 51 with evaluation criteria of these tools. Furthermore, after a review on existing social media analytic tools, I selected the social media analytic tools, namely the FanPage Karma. This tool helps in assessing key variables such as the number of fans, engagement, posts per day, number of posts, and number of likes. Lastly, the third step of methodology is data collection and analysis of winery businesses. First of all, I found wineries are located in Greece. I visited the associations of winemakers and internet search, using keywords such as winemaking enterprise, winery, and winemaking company. So, the search results provided 311 wineries. Then, I analyzed this data using SPSS as a statistical tool and Microsoft Office Excel. Furthermore, I would like to say that the Facebook activity of Greek wineries is analyzed into 4 periods. Specifically, the first period regards pre-COVID-19, 2 periods regard lockdowns, and the last period refers after the lockdowns with reduced or no restrictions. Now, I will read in some results from analysis of social media. Given the fact that I studied 311 wineries, I found that 10 wineries don't have any profile on social media, but 232 wineries have a profile on Facebook, 172 on Instagram, 77 on Twitter, 28 on YouTube, and only 16 out of 311 on Pinterest. In this slide, we can see the appearance of metrics from the fan page Karma. In addition, I would like to say about the situation of the Facebook corporate page. As you can see, the mean of the indicator posts per day is characterized by stability, and a slight reduce is observed from first lockdown to second lockdown and continues until post-lockdown period. So, the wine industry doesn't seem to have actively used the Facebook corporate page. In addition, the indicator engagement shows that wineries, through their Facebook profiles, didn't encourage users to interact because it shows a zero value over the 4 periods of analysis. However, a few wineries changed their order of appearance based on the total number of posts. For instance, as you can see in this slide, Domain Hadjimichalis, Magavali Winery, Kokotos Estate, Hatzidakis, and Durakis Winery appeared for first time of the top 10 wineries based on total number of posts during the second lockdown. To sum up, I want to emphasize some points of my presentation. To begin with, the results of this research study reveal that social media marketing is a rapidly evolving phenomenon, enabling businesses' way to influence consumer behavior. In addition, wineries are increasingly adopting social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, but at a slow pace. Also, I found that the majority of the wineries, their Facebook page is not active, and only a few wineries increased their total number of posts. So, it is recommended that Greek wineries should use social media platforms as means of connecting and interacting with customers and collecting customers' data. Also, winery associations could play a significant role to promote social media marketing techniques. That means to train its members. It is necessary to underline the limitation of this research study. The limitation of this study is that fan page Karma cannot calculate metrics on fans based on past data, and as a result, we have a lot of missing values. Now, in conclusion, this study is still in progress and focuses on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Pinterest as well. I think that it is necessary to study the reasons for low social media engagement from the consumer side, and also an extension of this study to other European winery competitors, such as Italian, Spanish, is also important. On the next 2 slides, I quote the references that helped me to find all information. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions you would like to ask, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, just a small one.
Yes.
It seems that the framework for both winery entrepreneurs and consumers is on a premature level in our country, in Greece.
Yes.
But this is not the case on a European level, as far as I know. Do you think that the winery entrepreneurs have already realized the impact of this engagement, and what steps, according to your knowledge, they have made towards making this interaction more mature?
Okay. I strongly believe that all this is for marketing purposes. So Greek wineries and other European countries wanted to focus on marketing purposes to increase the brand name and other ways to increase their appearance on social media.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is Mrs. Christina Ioanna Papadopoulou. The title of her presentation is Exploring the Benefits of Circular Bioeconomy in Agriculture, a Systematic Literature Review. Please, Mrs. Papadopoulou.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I am Christina Ioanna Papadopoulou. I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Regional Development and Cross-Border Studies in the University of Western Macedonia in Kozani. You can see the contents of our presentation is with my supervisor, Efstratios Loizou, and Fotios Hatzitheodoridis, these professors in the department. Bioeconomy is the knowledge-based production and use of biological resources to provide products, processes, and services in all economic sectors with the frame of a sustainable economic system. Circularity is a key element of the European Commission's vision for the bioeconomy in the European Union. According to EC Directive, a circular economy is an economic system in which the value of products, materials, and resources is retained in the economy for as long as possible and the waste production is minimized. The aim of our study is to examine the benefits of circular bioeconomy in agriculture. We highlight the research trends through a keyword network analysis with BOSViewer and co-occurrence analysis of specific studies. Also, the study evaluates the benefits and gaps of existing opportunities for agriculture. In order to meet the aims of the study, a mixed approach was applied. First, a systematic literature search was conducted to identify publications related to the main objective, agriculture circular bioeconomy. A network visualization was extracted from the data, and the discussion was conducted based on the clusters returned by the network visualization. BOSViewer was used to create the network of scientific keywords retrieved from related articles on agriculture bioeconomy and agriculture. On March 13, the term circular bioeconomy and agricultural was searched in the search field article title abstract keywords on the Scopus database that 138 publications were returned. Limiting the sample to publications were removed, one in French and one in Spanish. We used only English publications. The final sample consists of 136 publications. The results are divided into two parts. First, a descriptive analysis of the papers selected from Scopus, and then an analysis by keyword clusters related to the rural circular bioeconomy. The criteria considered in the descriptive analysis are summarized in the year of publication, the number of citations of the publications, the geographical allocation of the publications, and the journal in which they were published. The descriptive analysis confirms that research on the agricultural circular bioeconomy has only been observed in the last 7 years. Although only one study was published in 2016, there has been a steady increase in the number of studies examining this topic. The increase in studies following the updated bioeconomy strategy is not unexpected. There were publications in 52 countries. The European countries account for 58% of the publications. Spain leads in the number of publications related to the agricultural circular bioeconomy. In the top 10, we also find Greece with 10 publications. Asia, dominated by India and China, accounts for 24% of the publications. Below we see, the 10 countries with the most publications. Spain, India, Italy, China, United Kingdom, France, Germany, United States, Greece, and Portugal. A total of 136 publications were published in 71 journals. The diversity of these journals is an indication of the applications of the agricultural circular bioeconomy. Journals were found on energy and renewable energy, environmental system management and environmental quality improvement and protection, waste and biomass valorization into energy, fuel, and other value-added products. The keyword analysis relieved 515 results for the agricultural circular bioeconomy. Only 31 keywords had at least 4 co-occurrences and satisfied the benchmark criteria. The keyword with the most citations was bioeconomy, frequency 31%, followed by circular bioeconomy, frequency 30%, and circular bioeconomy with frequency 14.46%. The findings of the review show that the context of the circular bioeconomy can help the agricultural sector to become more sustainable, but there is still a lack of coherence in how the concepts of circular bioeconomy and the agricultural sector can be related and applied. The circular bioeconomy offers to agricultural sector significant benefits linked to energy independence, technological and economic development, environmental protection, and market expansions. The circular bioeconomy aims at environmentally sustainable modes of production and contributes to finding biomass to meet the growing demand due to the energy needs. The review of studies shows that there is a complete absence of evidence related to financial or fiscal green incentives to farmers that would help promote the practices of the circular bioeconomy in the agricultural sector. In the future, it's proposed to examine the optimization of the dynamics of the interaction between agricultural services and the circular bioeconomy. Further discussion is needed on the relationships between the key drivers of the agricultural circular bioeconomy as derived from the cluster analysis provided in the study. One of the key limitations of this review is complete reliance on existing published scientific research. In addition, it relies on keyword search of published papers, which significantly restrict the research results. The references. Any questions? You don't hear me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. Just a small one. Did you use the Scopus database or other databases are being included in this review?
We use only Scopus database because we can't use Web of Science. We haven't access from our university, and we use only Scopus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We continue with Mr. Nikos Frangos. The title of his talk is Sentiment Analysis in Online Food Delivery, a Greek Case Study. Nico, you can start.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I am Nikos Frangos, graduate student from the Agricultural University of Athens, from the Department of Agricultural Economics. And my topic is sentiment analysis in online food delivery, a Greek case study. Regarding the agenda, first of all, we're going to go through some online food ordering platforms, then what is sentiment analysis, a summary of sentiment analysis tools, and analysis with real-time data from online food ordering platforms, and then the conclusions. Regarding the online ordering procedure, first of all, the customer logs into the delivery platform, searches and chooses his delivery. After he finalizes and selects a payment method, the restaurant accepts it, and after it's being prepared, it is distributed by the delivery fleet of the restaurant or by the delivery fleet of the platform itself. And after having received the order by the consumer, he can upload a comment in the platform for his meal, the restaurant, or the delivery guy itself. Moreover, some online ordering platforms in Greece, the most dominant are eFood, Bolt, Box, and Delivery GR. All of them allows a rating in a Likert scale from 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, and only Box allows a free text critic upload. Some evaluation platforms now, TripAdvisor and Foursquare, are global traveling platforms, including critics for hotels and restaurants, and eTableGR and eRestaurantGR are some Greek reservation platforms for restaurants. Both of them allow a Likert scale from 1 to 5 and a free text critic upload. Regarding sentiment analysis, sentiment analysis can be found also as opinion mining, which is a computational sentiment polarity detection by which the opinion of the examined text is assigned a positive or a negative sentiment. There are 3 levels. The first is the document level, where the total polarity on a text is detected. Then the sentence level, where the polarity of each sentence in a text is detected. And finally, the entity level, where the polarity assigned to each characteristic of an entity is detected. As we go down the graph, the accuracy increases. Moreover, a literature review was conducted in 3 databases, Scopus, Web of Science, and Will Online Library, with the terms sentiment analysis, opinion mining, lexicon-based, food, and food and beverage industry. The publications dated between 2011 and 2021 in English, and we found that 24 were relevant to our field of study. To sum up, the domains that the analysis was applied were the food and beverage industry, the touristic industry, government, and supply chain. The platforms were social media, forums, blogs, online food ordering, and evaluation platforms. And the regions that they mainly used the analysis were Asia and Saudi Arabia. There is a sentiment analysis tool summary. We found 19 tools who could conduct a sentiment analysis. Only 7 of them supported the Greek language. We can see that the price varies a lot. This is because some of them are platforms for customer management, and they address to industries, and some of them to single individual researchers. The price depends on the features that each tool offers, and 10 of them are accessible from all the operating systems, which is Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS. Regarding the analysis with the real-time data, we extracted 300 critics from the platform of food. 293 of them were analyzed because the rest of them were written in English, and we wanted to isolate only the Greek ones. A fast food restaurant, an Italian food restaurant, and a coffee brewery were included in the analysis. The critics were dated between 2020 and 2021. As we already said, eFood allows a rating on a Likert scale from 1 to 5 for the entities quality, service, and speed, and rating in 2 classes by the use of the thumbs up and thumbs down icon for the entities flavor, value for money, portion size, order consistency, rider service, and estimated delivery time. And below these entities, we can see some free text reviews. Regarding the methodology, first of all, an analysis of each critic, of each comment, was conducted by a human agent, the researcher in our case. Each entity with a positive polarity raised the score by 1. Its neutral entity did not affect the score, but its negative entity reduced the score by 1. Consequently, the final score was the sum of all the recorded polarities for each critic. Then, an analysis by the tool Mention Cloud was made. After the analysis, all the detected entities by the tool and the polarity of each critic were recorded. And finally, we compared the 2 results in order to calculate some accuracies based on the 2 analyses. The entities that we analyzed were the price, the speed, the quality, the behavior, the hygiene, the restaurant, the portion size, and service. When it comes to the results, we found that, first of all, we calculated the absolute precision when the tool cites that the comment is positive plus and the researchers also cites that it's positive plus, then we have an absolute match. So we account it in the absolute precision score, which the percentage of which came to 35%, a very low one, as we can see also for the graph below. Then we calculated the relative precision. Here we can see a bigger percentage, almost doubled up. Here we want to have the match of the citings of a comment from the tool and from the researcher in a general context. If the researcher finds that the comment is positive plus and the tool finds it just positive, in a general context, the comment is positive. So we take it into account for this percentage. And then we go to the entities analyzed by the human in first place. We found that mainly the consumers are concerned about the quality, the speed, and the service received by the restaurant, as you can see. And they are concerned also for the other entities, but with lower percentages. And then regarding the results from the tool, we found that the tool found that mainly quality, restaurant, and service concerns the consumers, and 36% of the comments, no entities were found. Now we jump into conclusions. We have seen that there are very low precision percentages due to the incorrect translation that's applied to the original comment by changing the original expressed opinion. Then consumers are mainly concerned about the quality of the food, the delivery speed, and the service of the restaurant. Totally, there were 179 positive comments, almost twice as much as the negative ones, which were 94. And finally, we found that the model lexicon, which was used by Mention Cloud, is very generic, without being specialized in a specific domain or a specific restaurant category. We have to create some of these lexicons in order to increase the efficiency, but without reaching 100%, as there will always be wrong syntax, wrong grammar, and dictation by the consumers, changing the expressed opinion and affecting the result of the analysis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Are there any questions? Okay. According to your analysis, is it possible to classify the interest of the entrepreneurs in this market about the comments they receive? Is there such a classification, or more or less all entrepreneurs that has been incorporated in this data set react on the same way?
I don't know if, in Greece at least, all the companies use this technique in order to gain insight for their customers. For sure, this data could be sent to each restaurant in order to highlight the deficiencies that they may have, in order to ameliorate them and even gain more consumers by being more suitable for their needs, I guess.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last presenter of this session is Mrs. Evangelia Eleni Priska. She will talk about probabilistic war theories and application.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Evangelia Eleni Priska, and on behalf of my colleagues from University of West Attica, I'm going to present you the mathematical war theories in business, Lancaster equation law to the commercial world. First of all, let me introduce you in the military field and in the mathematical war theories. One of the most important issues on the military field is the prediction of a battle outcome, with ultimate goal the prediction of the winner. However, the scientific background was not always sufficient to bring such a result. Many great military philosophers, historians, and generals tried to formulate principles by which a military force could be led to victory. For this reason, mathematical models and theories started to be used. The first attempts for not-so-theoretical approaches started at the beginning of the 20th century. Differential systems with mathematical relations were used to describe the losses and the size of two opposing military forces. There were made a lot of efforts from different kinds of scientists, but the most important one was one of Frederick William Lancaster. He tried to predict the outcome of World War I. Lancaster model is till now the most effective model in many kinds of battlefields. So now we are going to see Lancaster models. We suppose that there are two forces with equal martial ability, R and G, depending on time, that they are beginning one warfare between them at the time that equals 0, and that they neutralizes G and R number of soldiers. The numbers G and R are called coefficients of efficiency of the forces R and G respectively. Above we can see the differential equations that we have in this model. Also, in the Lancaster models, we can add additional variables in order to describe the rate of increase or decrease of the number of soldiers of the forces involved during the battle. In the most complex mathematical case, Lancaster model includes military conflict between two forces in which one has greater military capacity than the other. In case where one of the two forces receives aid or there is an accusation of another force, then we have the modified model, which is very difficult to be solved theoretically, but the numerical solution is possible. Now we are going to talk about the Lancaster models in business. During the operation of two competing companies, let's say A and B, the rate of change of quantities X and Y depending on time is equal to the rate of increase of supplies at product distribution points minus the rate of decrease. The mathematical models are based on differential equation and have their main purpose to explain the possibility of one company dominating over another similar competing company in the same industry with equivalent sizes. There are a lot of applications of Lancaster models in business. Based on Lancaster model, Halkias and Skordoulis in 2016 applied this model to two multinational companies in the same sector, such as Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. Extending the rationale of this model, Halkias, Lalu, and Skordoulis the same year extended this model to more companies operating in Greece, such as Cosmote, Vodafone, and Wind in mobile phone companies. Later, the same research team further expanded the Lancaster model by investigating the 4 systematic banks in Greece. Here we have a 3-to-3 differential equation system with the above solution, where T represents the time, X, Y, Z represent the advertising expenditures of the 3 firms. The same team, along with Triantafylou and Kallivokas, examined also the case of healthcare companies in Athens Stock Exchange. They examined an end-to-end differential equation system with the above solution. For the set of the examined stock data, it has been estimated the function of time in order for the solution to fit in real data. There were used different functions of time for every stock due to different monotony that they have. In order to examine the best fitting results, they applied suitable statistical analysis, such as Wilcoxon test, due to the fact that normality was not satisfied. So the research results we are going to talk about now. From the above application of Lancaster model, it was determined that such theory can be applied to modern businesses due to the fact that firms compete with one another like two opponents on a battlefield. In this case, we count their market share instead of the battles win. As a result, models of mathematical war theories can be employed in cases involving modern enterprises after necessary adjustment and the adaptation of relevant theoretical conditions. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this presentation? Okay. Your presentation is more or less on a pure theoretical basis regarding the findings that already have been published by applying this particular model. Is it?
At this time, yes, but we are going to use this theory to another fields also.
Okay. Can you provide us some hints about the fields that you are going to work on?
Yeah. We are searching some subjects on the internet. So we are going to find out if a person searches for something specific, then he's going to buy it also. So we have to try and search if those models can be used also in these sections.
Actually, to assess the distance between intention and
Yeah,
actual
of course.
behavior.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very
so much.
Thank you very much, all of you, for being here. We are going to have half an hour break, and at 5 o'clock we will be here again to listen the talk of our first keynote speaker, Professor Lindix. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. There has been a slight change in the schedule of the conference. For the time, we will skip the first keynote speech, and we will go directly to session number 2. Session number 1, I'm sorry, after the doctoral consortium. And I would like to ask Mrs. Doctor, Professor, this is the correct way to say it, Maria Eleni Filippidzi, to start delivering her presentation, a quantitative assessment of the entry through mechanical transport in aircraft of Rift Valley fever virus-infected mosquitoes, a big title, into previously unaffected areas. The floor is yours, Maria Elena, thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation of myself. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this nice presentation of myself. And the truth is that I changed the title because I realized that it was very detailed when I sent it first for the program. So here is a shorter one. So I'm a veterinary epidemiologist, and I did this work together with a professor of epidemiology at the University of Liège in Belgium, Claude Sagerman. And what I'm going to present to you is a brief summary of an assessment, a quantitative one, that focused on the entry of Rift Valley, I was running to be here on time. Rift Valley fever virus into previously unaffected areas through mosquitoes. So just to give you a bit of a background about the disease, so the Rift Valley fever is an acute viral disease that can cause severe symptoms, especially in goats and sheep, also in cattle, but also in other non-domestic species like buffalo and camels. But what is interesting is that this is also a zoonotic disease, so it can affect humans as well. It can cause serious losses wherever it occurs, and that's mainly in sub-Saharan countries. And unfortunately, the geographical distribution of this disease is continuously expanding, but it's not present in Europe yet. Outbreaks of the disease occur in Africa at time intervals between 5 and 15 usually, and they are typically occurring when areas experience a period of heavy rainfall together with flooding. So what is interesting here is that ecology can play a role in the transmission of this disease, and it's also linked to El Niño phenomena in the past. The main cause for the introduction of the disease into new areas, especially in Africa, is thought to be international trade of live infected domestic species like the ones I presented before, sheep, goats mainly. But there is also sufficient evidence of vector long-distance travel and also unintended transport of vectors, especially mosquitoes, on planes and ships. And I can also highlight the fact that there are many different species of mosquitoes that are vectors for this virus. So there has been a request from us to perform a risk assessment on this risk. Myself and Professor Sagerman, we were responsible for the quantitative work, but previously there was a qualitative risk assessment that was performed, specifically for the UK. And this qualitative assessment focused on different possible routes of the disease introduction. So what was the conclusion of this qualitative work? That introduction through transported mosquitoes was assessed as possible. And the expression that was used was that, in fact, this is a non-negligible risk. This is the term that was used. So for the quantitative risk assessment, we focus specifically on the risk of introduction to a country through infected mosquitoes aboard commercial flights, and we used a probabilistic approach for this. At the beginning, we focused on an entry assessment, and I'm going to present to you the results of this work. And when we say entry assessment, we mean until the point at which the virus is introduced into a country,
via the specific pathway. So we are not going to talk now about the exposure of local populations to this risk, and we followed the OIE guidelines for that. So the hazard that we tried to estimate quantitatively in the end, it was a number of infected mosquitoes transported by plane, specifically in direct flights, from affected countries to European countries in the case of an outbreak in these affected countries. This is all very detailed, and there is a lot of words, but when we write this, when we document the results of risk assessment, we have to be very, very precise about the risks that we assess. And that's why there's a lot of words in this description of the risks and the hazards. So I'm not going to show you any formulas or mathematical equations because it's not the time to do so. But very briefly, I will tell you that for this probabilistic quantitative risk assessment, we built a mathematical model and we used a broad framework that could be used in different countries. But we fed it with data for the UK specifically at the moment, and we run it using the at-risk software. And to build the final version of the model, we took into account a number of considerations. And here you can see that those considerations were about many different factors, like the countries affected by the disease, the vectors of the virus, the spatio-temporal characteristics of the virus in the affected areas, and also information about the flights originating from affected countries. And I can tell you that maybe that was the most difficult variable to define. And I think that after this presentation of the considerations, you can guess that inevitably this had to be a group work in the end. We needed expert opinion for many different aspects because me, as a veterinary epidemiologist, it was impossible to know all the details about virology, ecology, entomology, just to name some experts we had to contact. So here, just to show you very briefly some results. What you see in this graph is the number of infected mosquitoes transported in planes. And as I said before, these are results, estimations, specifically for the case of flights originating from East Africa to the UK. So here, this is a very specific result just for demonstration. And it's also for a specific period of time, from May to October, because that's the period of that mosquitoes are more active in Europe. And you can see the range of possible values in the x-axis, and in the y, you see the probability of each of those numbers occurring, because this is a probabilistic model. So you see that this number can have a minimum value of 0, which is also the most likely value. It can go as high as around 340, and also it can take a mean value of 67, but the most likely value is 0. However, in line with the previous qualitative work that was performed, this risk, even though it's low, is considered as non-negligible because there are cases where we can have more. And we also performed a sensitivity analysis, and here you can see in this graph the values of our output, this number of infected mosquitoes arriving, for different values of independent variables, because when we built the model, we took into account different factors. We call them variables. And the most important ones are those that you see here. So the number of mosquitoes found aboard planes, irrespective of being infected or not, the probability of infection, and the number of flights. So you can see that, simply speaking, this large blue bar on top is the variable that affects our output result the most. So even more simply speaking, if we have more information about this number of mosquitoes aboard planes, we can estimate more precisely our final results. Up here on the right corner, it's some information about, you can search for the publication if you're interested. And before concluding, I have to say that there were a lot of challenges that we faced in this work, and of course there are limitations. One of the main challenges in the beginning was the understanding of the complex epidemiology of this disease, and so we greatly acknowledged input of other experts working on other fields, so not just vets. And another very important challenge is to collect good quality data to feed the models. So there's one thing, building the model, and another one, feeding it. And so we didn't have enough data at times, or it was not possible to find them. For example, it was hard to find mosquito surveillance data in Africa that would allow us to estimate easily the probability of infection from different countries and different areas. Because as I said before, different ecological characteristics of an area affect the prevalence of the disease. And then we also didn't have data from epidemic or non-epidemic periods, just to give you some information that was necessary. And that's why we used this alternative method of estimating number of mosquitoes instead of just a probability of entry. So to conclude, I want to highlight the usefulness of this type of work. So to say that the idea is to continue this work with the exposure assessment part, and then we would like to allocate infected mosquitoes and use spatial mapping to identify high-risk areas. So maybe among you there are some experts that can help, I don't know. I would also like to stress one strength of this method. When we use step-by-step approaches in mathematical modeling, we allow their use by other countries or areas. For example, of Southern Europe, where maybe it would be more interesting to perform this work as well. And we can do this only by amending a few country-specific variables, like the number of flights. It's also important not to forget that these results, they're communicated to risk managers, who are those who usually ask for this work to be performed. So it's important to establish good communication with the managers of the risks throughout the process. Also, I would like to mention that this work helped us identify data needs of different kinds, like the need for mosquito surveillance data and also remote sensing climate data. Maybe that says much more to you than to me. There's always a need for good quality data. An example is entomological data, how they're allocated different species per area, for example. And my final word would be that I keep seeing that there is a need for to strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration, especially when we try to tackle these One Health risks that keep emerging. And I think that's the reason why I'm here today, because even though I'm a vet, I would like to meet many of you so that we can know each other and work together in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena, for the very interesting presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? So, yes, of course.
You said something about that it's trade-related, most of the infections that you get from mosquitoes in Europe. So I was wondering, why did you focus on flights? I don't know if you were meaning trade or commercial flights.
Yeah.
So I think you said commercial flights in some point,
But if
Do you mean trade flights? Is that what you mean?
Not the word trade flights.
I mean the route of trade.
The route of trade, or SPS, where you use sanitary and phytosanitary, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So why did you focus on commercial flights and not on that?
Actually, the previous qualitative risk assessment has assessed all the different possible routes of introduction. And they had identified that the legal trade of animals would be the most likely route for the introduction. But the thing is that for Europe, when you want to trade, when you have outbreaks of such diseases in Africa, there is no trade, no legal trade, at least. Everything is stopped. We cannot control illegal trade, but I wouldn't expect that such animals would easily reach Europe. And this work was done specifically for Europe, UK. If we were asked to do this for another African country or for a Middle East country, it would have been different. But this group had assessed that the mosquito pathway was one that had to be more investigated. And what I can tell you is that actually there were two pathways linked to mosquitoes that they wanted us to assess. One was the commercial flights, and the other one was their transport via ships. But we couldn't go further because there was no enough data. But thank you very much for your question. Thanks a lot.
Any more questions from the audience? Thank you very much, Marilena.
Thank you. And
sorry for rushing you into doing the presentation.
I ran a bit. I hope you didn't hear it.
No,
Thank you.
No, it was very pleasant.
Hope to meet as many of you later on.
So at this point, we will stop the session and go a step back in the schedule, because at this point, we have the keynote speaker with us after perhaps a small delay, which I hope that we can make up in the course of the schedule. So I would like to, I'm very happy to invite Mrs. Lynn Dix to deliver her keynote speech about the Cool Farm Biodiversity Metric, an evidence-based online tool to report and improve biodiversity management at farm scale. Hello, Lynn. Nice to be with us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, good. Well, first of all, I'm extremely sorry. This was my mistake, getting the time zones wrong. I thought I still had half an hour. So I'm really sorry for ruining the schedule. But it's a great honor to be asked to give a keynote at this conference, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak to you. I send hello from Selwyn College in Cambridge, where I'm sitting, and I'm going to talk to you about a software tool that's now been online for quite a few years. I'll start by just setting the scene with some general thinking about biodiversity and why we would want to try and improve its management on farms. And then most of the talk is about the Cool Farm Biodiversity Metric, how it's designed and how you would use it. So this is one area of farmland. There are many different types of farmland in the world. This is actually a set of plots growing grapes for eating in northeast Brazil in a habitat called the Caatinga. And of course, there is a lot of biodiversity in this landscape. There are birds, there are insects, there are mammals, there are wild plants. You can see, for example, down in the bottom right here, there's an example of a native cactus plant, which this particular biome is quite famous for. And here's another type of farmland. This is more like the farmland in Cambridgeshire, where I live. You can see how incredibly different it is in structure. But it also, even though it has more farmland and less natural habitat in this landscape, there's also a lot of native wild animals and plants here, living in the hedgerows, living in the field margins, and living in the patches of habitat. So why should we care about this biodiversity on farm? And the starting point for this is just to show you a map. Now, this map shows the area covered by cropland in the world. And the color shading is representing the proportion of area that's covered by crops. So it doesn't include rangelands or just for grazing animals. It's just croplands, and both perennial and annual, and not forestry. But you can see how much of the world is covered by agriculture from this map. If you look at the darkest of the red, that's areas where over 80% of the area is covered by crops, and that's 28% of the land area of the world. And altogether, 2/3 of the world has got somewhere more than 20% of cropland. So we're talking about most of the terrestrial land cover on Earth that is some form of agriculture. And the blue dots on this map are just some examples of the kinds of agriculture, and you can see how different they are. In the USA, we have intensive maize fields. In Brazil, you can see an example of oilseed rape, soybean in Argentina, wheat in France, avocados in Australia. In each case, the crops are quite homogeneous around the world, but the habitats in which they sit are quite different in terms of the species they hold and the structure of the vegetation itself. So why should we care about this on-farm biodiversity? There are two main reasons. The first reason, and this is to generalize very broadly, but the first really important reason is that biodiversity is globally threatened. Species are declining, extinctions are increasing, and agriculture is the primary cause of that decline. So that's one reason why we should care. But another reason why we should care, particularly about biodiversity inside farms, is that biodiversity contributes to food production. It's important to producing clean water, to storing carbon in ecosystems, to maintaining fertile soils. It provides pest control and it provides pollination for pollinator-dependent crops. And in general, a diverse system is a much more resilient and stable production system than one that doesn't have very much biodiversity. So this bird here, for example, is a greater kiskadee. It's a native endemic in the Brazilian landscape that I showed you at the start. It's an insect eater. So it's working hard for the farmers, eating some of the pest insects that they are trying to control with chemicals. And it lives there. So this is the reason why farmers should really care about biodiversity. Here's another example. This is an oilseed rape crop growing in the area that used to be Atlantic forest in Brazil. Now, Atlantic forest is one of the most threatened ecosystems in the world. And in these patches of forest that remain in this landscape, you have globally threatened species like this golden lion tamarin. But also the patches of forest are important to the production of the oilseed rape because oilseed rape is pollinator dependent, and you have non-native honeybees living in the patches of forest, and actually you get higher yields when you're close to a patch of forest than when you're further away. So these are the ways in which biodiversity is part of agricultural landscapes and contributes to. Here's a graphic that was produced in support of a modeling paper published in Nature in 2020, which was looking at what we need to do as a whole world to reverse the loss of biodiversity, to bend the curve of terrestrial biodiversity loss. And what's happening at the moment on this is the grey line. So we're just losing species all the time at global scale. And the modeling showed that if we really target and increase and do the best we possibly can with traditional conservation efforts like habitat protection, for example, you will get the yellow line. It's not enough to reverse the loss of biodiversity. We also need to change the way we produce and consume, especially food. So we need more sustainable production and more sustainable consumption in addition to traditional conservation. So these are all reasons why biodiversity in farmland is something we should all take notice of. And what can farmers do about this? Well, there's lots of things that farmers can do in their farms that are quite simple to do and don't have a yield penalty. So they don't mean that they lose land and produce less. For example, if you have a hedgerow that looks like this, you can convert it with different management, which is actually cheaper because you use less fuel, to a much denser hedgerow with a lot more flowers that will support a lot more animals, pollinators and birds, for example. Similarly, this is a grape field in Brazil. If you can either manage it with very bare interrows like that, or you can plant crops in between using the same irrigation water that's feeding the grapes. You can have more green cover. And this has benefits and no costs to yield. Just some very initial data on that from one of my projects in Brazil, which is called the SUFICA project, Sustainable Farming in the Caatinga. This is showing on the left without that cover crop in grape and mango fields in that area, and on the right with the cover crop, and it's showing different groups of arthropods, so invertebrates that are caught in pitfall traps. So these are traps that are sunk into the ground, so it's catching animals that live on the surface of the soil, things like centipedes and beetles and spiders. And we're showing numbers, total numbers that were found in these different contexts. and these are all animals that are associated with the soil as part of their life cycle, and they're divided into different functional groups. So decomposers, soil engineers are things like ants and earthworms that really change the structure of the soil, predators and herbivores. And there's a quite clear pattern coming out. This is very preliminary data, but you can see that with cover crops, there are more decomposers, there are more soil engineers, there are more predators, and there are either similar numbers or fewer of the pests that the farmer doesn't want in that field. So there are genuine benefits from doing this change in management here. And there's a lot of evidence like this from a lot of different systems. This is just one example. So now I'm going to introduce you to the Cool Farm tool. It's actually a suite of sustainability metrics which has been online for some time, owned and managed by the Cool Farm Alliance. And it's an online greenhouse gas calculator, a water footprint calculator, and a farm scale biodiversity calculator. And it's the biodiversity calculator that I'm going to talk about. If you're wondering who the Cool Farm Alliance is, you can go to the website and explore more with this QR code. It's a membership organization, and here are just some of the members. So it's a not-for-profit organization, and big agri-food corporates pay membership fees to be part of this organization. And it basically brings together all of the biggest agri-food corporates that you can think of. This is just a selection of them, the likes of Nestle, PepsiCo, McDonald's, Mondelez, Starbucks. They're members, so they've come together to try and standardize a way of doing sustainability metrics for agriculture at a global scale. The basic features of the Cool Farm biodiversity metric are listed here, and the rest of my presentation is just going to take you through what we mean by these. So it's action-based and easy to use, by which we mean it's a tick box selection of management actions. It's stakeholder-led. It's designed with experts and farmers and farm advisors working together. It's evidence-based, so we have actions that are in the tool, and the scores that you get are based on scientific evidence, and I'll explain how. And it's geographically relevant, but it's globally applicable, which is really important because, as I've already said, farming is very different in different parts of the world. So we've built it so that the biodiversity targets and the actions and their effectiveness can vary geographically. So this is how it looks. It's organized into 4 components. The productive areas are lists of actions in diversity of products and production practices, and lists of actions in small natural habitats and large natural areas. And each of these has just a tick box. You just answer a series of questions. It's about 40 questions in all. It really doesn't take very long to do, but you do need to, and it's all in language that is carefully designed to be understandable to farmers. But you do need to have some information before you sit down to do it. And what you need to know is the total area of your farmed land, some information about about the crops and livestock and the way you manage your soil, the area or the length and width of different habitats that you have, and some information about how those habitats are managed. Most of these things, farmers will either have data on or just know from their own farms. And the first step in designing this tool is being to discuss with a stakeholder and user group for a particular part of the world, what practices would you do to support biodiversity? And these pictures are from a process where we're doing exactly that with fruit growers in Brazil. So this slide takes you through how this tool is designed, how it's built, and how the scores work. So we start off on the top left here with a stakeholder and user group, which is made up of farmers and farm experts and people who are going to use the tool and suppliers and companies. And together they agree on the list of actions, and they agree on what the species groups should be that you get scores for. And then those things each get a single point as a judgment score, which comes from that group. These are the things we think will help biodiversity in this type of landscape. And then we match those actions with an evidence database, which I'll introduce in a little while, and remove any actions where we absolutely know they don't work. So there's an evidence check at this point, and then you get an evidence score. And those 2 scores together form a general biodiversity score for each component. We then move to a species group assessment. So we've assigned a set of species groups, which are the biodiversity targets for each biome. And we convene panels of experts on those species groups. So different functional groups of birds, for example, bees, mammals, and they give their judgment. They score between 0 and 2, according to how important that action is for the conservation of that species group. And then they look at a compilation of evidence or scientific studies, and there's an evidence score that is also given for each action, how it affects each species group. So then you have a species group, and I'll explain the scoring a little bit further now. This is what the output looks like when you've finished filling in the tool online. This is showing you two hypothetical fictitious farms. And you have three different types of output. You have the general biodiversity scores, which appear as these dials in the four components. And what you're getting there is a percentage of the possible points available for that component. So, and then you have the breakdown of your land use by broad habitat types. So this is divided into productive area, woody habitats, wet habitats, and grassy and flower habitats. And then you have the species group scores here on the right-hand side. So these two farms, there's one on the top panel and one on the bottom panel. The top panel farm does really well on farming practices, and it does quite well on small habitats because it's got lots of margins and small habitats, and it's doing lots of best management in the fields, but it doesn't have any large habitats. And the bottom farm is the opposite. It doesn't really do very many of the farming practices that you should do for best management of biodiversity, but it does have a lot of large habitats. So in fact, if you went and measured the biodiversity on these farms, you would probably find more species on the bottom farm, but that's because they happen to have a lot of habitat. The farm at the top is making more effort. So they get better scores, but you can see why. You can see how it breaks down from this tool. Okay, so I've said it's evidence-based. Where does the evidence come from? Well, it comes from an online database called conservationevidence.com, which has thousands and thousands of studies that test the effectiveness of conservation actions. And not only are they summarized on this website, in this database, which is searchable, they also have effectiveness categories, which are drawn from panels of experts scoring the evidence for whether the action is effective and how certain we are that it's effective. So in Cool Farm Biodiversity, we simply match the actions with our actions and take this effectiveness category from conservation evidence and we transfer it into a score. And this is how that works. So the effectiveness categories here from conservation evidence translate into scores for Cool Farm. So if you had something in the Cool Farm tool set of actions which was likely to be ineffective or harmful because the evidence was clear that it didn't work, you would either remove it from the tool altogether for the general biodiversity score, or if it's only that category for one of the species groups, then it gets a negative point. But if something is beneficial, like the expert panel said, we know this works, we've got really good evidence, we're very certain, then it gets 2 points added to the judgment score. So in this way, the tool combines judgment and evidence in the scoring that you get. It's also geographically relevant and globally applicable. So we start from the understanding that farming systems and conditions and biodiversity responses vary around the world. This picture on the left is English farmland. That's what farmland looks like where I am. But what does it look like where you are? In some places in the world, very different indeed. And so we think appropriate actions and biodiversity objectives vary with farming system. We've divided the world into terrestrial biomes or groups of biomes, which we think represent the different types of farming systems and the crudest that we could get away with doing, whilst still being relevant from a biodiversity perspective. So I'll just run through, okay. So we have, the blue is temperate forest, which has been online since 2016. The red and orange here are deserts and semi-arid shrublands, which has been online since 2021. And we're currently working on the green version, which is the tropical and subtropical forests. We still have to get resources to make the grasslands, but you can see we've already got quite a lot of the world covered. And the way these different versions differ is in the sets of actions and the scores and the evidence that's used and the species groups. So for example, when we made the Mediterranean and deserts version, we introduced reptiles as a species group because they're very important in those systems, but not so much in temperate forest areas. And when we did the tropical version, we've introduced amphibians. So here are some results from 2 farms in Chile, which are filled in the tool. And you can see a farm on the left, which is very much more diverse and scores quite highly on the management of biodiversity, and a farm on the right, which is less diverse, more intensive, and doesn't score so well. So you see higher scores for the 4 components. You see similar amounts of habitat, although slightly more in this farm on the right. And the quantity of natural habitat is actually very different in different parts of the world. So from a temperate forest perspective, it would be astonishing to have a farm that had more than 60% in natural habitat, but in parts of the world like Chile and like the tropics, that's quite normal. And you can also see that, so the dark blue is the farm on the left and the light blue is the farm on the right. You can see that the farm on the left scores more highly for all the species groups in this example. And we wanted to see whether the tool is responsive to European agri-environment schemes, such as incentives for flower-rich field margins, like you see a beautiful example of here. And indeed it is. So here is a data set from one farm in England where the dark blue is before it introduced an agri-environment scheme, in this case, higher level stewardship, and the light blue is after it introduced the scheme. And you can see that the scheme doesn't make a huge amount of difference to the scores, but it does have a visible effect. And that's actually what you would expect for this particular scheme. It's not really amazing for biodiversity, but it has some small benefits. And actually the biggest benefit for this farm was in the farmed products, because there was an increase in the diversity of crops being grown. But you also have some production practice increases. And some species groups benefit, but not all of them. Not woodland flora, not arable flora. Why would farmers use this Cool Farm tool biodiversity metric? Well, there are four main reasons that we can think of. One is reporting to market. So some of the members of the Cool Farm Alliance already require suppliers to complete the greenhouse gas calculator in the Cool Farm tool. And a lot of them are looking at the biodiversity metric to see whether they might make that requirement as well. You can use it to develop biodiversity action plans for your farm or for a group of farms if you're a supplier. And we're going to publish a list of best practices for each of the species groups, hopefully in the next month or so. Well, we'll submit it. You can also use it to help with certification or access to new markets to demonstrate your biodiversity effort or how you manage biodiversity. And it's really important to say there may also be benefits to profitability, as I said at the start, because by keeping healthy populations of natural enemies and pollinators, your own yield will either be increased or, if not increased, more stable between years. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank very sincerely all these co-authors who have been really involved in designing and developing this tool over the years, particularly Richard Heathcote on the left here, who is retired now, but he was really a driving force behind the Cool Farm biodiversity metric. Thank you ever so much for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Lynn, thank you very much for the very interesting presentation and also for the time efficiency. It was very to the point and very interesting what we heard. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions for Lynn and for the Cool Farm tool that we saw a very good idea. Yes,
you
please.
Shall I stop sharing my screen or shall I keep sharing? What do you think?
We have a question, and I would like to ask, would you like the screen sharing or you just have a question?
No, I have just a question. Hello, Lynn, it's Yorgos from Montpellier. We have met in Restpol.
Hello.
I hope you're doing well. Thank you for this presentation.
Sorry, I was late.
No problem. I would like to ask you if there is some economic indicators in this for the farmers in order to inform the farmers in this tool. For example, we have worked with Nicolas Galay in a field in Toulouse with sunflower and the importance of pollination services for sunflower crop. And we have seen, in fact, that the knowledge of the importance of pollination services is a determinant for farmers to adopt or not to adopt alternative practices, alternative low pesticide practices. So, in fact, if we can translate also these benefits into indicators, if these are included also to inform the stakeholders and maybe move them to adopt them more easily?
That's an excellent question, George. Thank you. The answer is no. In the biodiversity metric, there are not economic indicators. We have talked about it a lot, and one thing we could do is add some additional information about the possible economic benefits of the different things, which we haven't done, but we could do that. The reason that we don't have the indicators in the tool itself is because we are trying to produce, we have a tool which is applicable to all farms. And the aim is to have it applicable to all farms everywhere. And the economic benefits are quite hard to translate at that scale because they're going to be very context dependent as the biodiversity is. It's something we can think about, but at the moment, no, it just is about management of biodiversity for the sake of having biodiversity on farms.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Lynn, this is George Vlonzos. Happy to have you here. I wanted to ask another thing. Do you think that this tool could be used as a policy instrument in order to, let's say, provide benefits or penalties. It depends on the side you're looking at for farmers, and be a supportive tool for designing, let's say, subsidies frameworks, empowering biodiversity in Europe?
I think it could, but it would have to be done in a very well-informed way. So that's one of the reasons why we did the analysis about the responsiveness to agri-environment schemes. And people have often asked us to match it with the agri-environment schemes. And the reason we haven't is because the agri-environment schemes in Europe are different in every country. So you could do that, it would be a piece of work, but you could do it for England and Scotland and Greece and parts of Germany, and it's a huge amount of work. So we haven't done that as part of the tool, but it certainly could be used in that way. And the other important thing to say is it's not really, because of the way the tool is constructed, you get a proportion of the available actions, but there are some actions that aren't available to some types of farm. And so it's not fair if you compare different types of farm with each other. You want to compare types of farm that are the same in their basic structure, or compare the same farm over time. Because, for instance, in order to get the maximum score to reach 100% on all the components, you have to have livestock and arable in your farm. You can't just be an arable farm. So it wouldn't be fair to compare mixed farms with arable farms, because the mixed farms will always score more. Well, they might not, but they certainly have the potential to score more, which in a sense is correct. I mean, we would expect more biodiversity on a mixed farm, to be honest. So I don't really have an issue with that. But I think that these are the kind of things that would have to be talked through very carefully with if this tool was to be used to provide incentives in policy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
More questions from the audience? I don't see any hands raised, Lynn. So I would like to thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. Thank you for being with us even remotely. I hope in another occasion we will meet in person as well.
Yes.
And thank you once more for the very interesting things that you shared. A good example for Greece as well, maybe in the future.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you very much. So let's go back to the future, to session number 1, and let's go to the second presentation of our session, which will be delivered by Leonidas Kyriakos. I see him already standing, and so this is why I know it is Leonidas. But I am not sure yet about the title of the presentation, because I need to find it here in my cell phone, and I already missed it. So Leonidas, I think the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Leonidas Sotiris Kyriakos. I'm currently a PhD candidate in the Agricultural Economics and Consumer Behavior Lab of University of Thessaly. And today I'm going to present you a socioeconomic survey that we have done about consumer perception toward green deforestation methods in the Visocat industry facilities implemented through the Precision Feed Protect project. First of all, to give you a brief introduction in the subject, 30% loss is recorded on stored agricultural products caused by insect species, fungi, and mites and rodents. And we have also the implication of chemical insecticides, either directly to the product or to the transportation facilities. However, the increased use of chemicals leads to insecticide resistance, and meaning that more and more chemical use leads us to have less tools to cope with fighting with insects. However, we have the need for inventing new methodologies and new tools for this. We have implemented the atomaceous shell, which is a floor-like element. We have implemented also phosphine, which is a fumigant. And also we have used modified nitrogen atmosphere, which is the addition of nitrogen in the facilities so as to decrease the oxygen level in the facilities. But the core of this survey is to assess consumer perspective. We have seen that there are a lot of development strategies for green agricultural products, but there is a lack of awareness of insecticides methods and things that happens in the warehouses of industries. In following the principles of the upcoming CAP, we want to assess the shift of consumer towards green and organic foods. For this reason, we have created a questionnaire that aims to assess consumer awareness and clarify the factors that influence consumer perception about buying products that they have disinfested with green methods. And also, we have evaluated the willingness of consumers to buy such products. The final aim of this project was the creation of a consumer profile that will be given in Viozocandy industry so as to target in a more efficient way their future consumers, and the creation of a suitable promotion mixture for other industries like Viozocat. So the survey has taken place in Greece, in main cities such as Athens, Thessaloniki, and Volos. It has been held out from March to July 2022, and we have gathered the questionnaires from University of Thessaly Mail Services, Facebook, university groups, personal messages, and printed questionnaires. We have collected 340 questionnaires of a structured sample from people aged between from 18 to 89 years old. So, principal component analysis was introduced from Spearman, a famous psychologist, and it has the ability to extract factors from large data sets. The initial requirements need to have quantitative or scale values, and large sums larger than 100 questionnaires. In our case, we have 340. Moreover, three conditions should be met. Kaiser-Meyer-Olking index should be larger than 0.7 so as to consider it an appropriate sample. In our case, it was 0.815. And we need also ballot sphericity test and factor loadings larger than 0.5 to be introduced in this sample. So according to the main demographic characteristics of this survey, educational level, we can see that most of the people take part in this survey were high school graduates and greater. Most of the people have a marital status of unmarried, and most of the people have an income less than 1,000 euros. So the first component was about safety and quality of food products, and the second one was about the health issues that conventional disinfestation methods cause. We can see that the first two factors are in general about health, which is the major group. Also, we have seen that consumers have the willingness to buy such products, and they assume that they have a good knowledge of good eating habits and a good knowledge of what insecticides can cause to themselves. However, they express the difficulty to find such products in the market. And the model explains a total of 71% of the total variability. We have done also a comparison of factors with demographic characteristics, and here you can see a small sample of the importance of the significant differences between the factors. And following on this, we have analyzed the differences between male and female, if they have any difference on what they are willing, if they are willing to pay a premium price for getting these products. In the literature, it was said that there is a significant difference between the two groups, but in our case, we didn't have such clue. However, you can see that either male or female can pay an extra 10% more to get such products. So to conclude, we can see that there is a positive attitude of consumers toward green disinfested products, and we can see that the demographic characteristics are altering from factor to factor, meaning that there is a differentiation on final consumers. Moreover, there is a concern about the use of chemicals in the warehouses, and we are gradually shifting to environmental and to more environmental and safety products in the whole supply chain. And lastly, from industry side, there is a need for monitoring and modification of the type of the disinfestation methods that they use, and they should place it on the label as well, so as consumers be fully aware of what they are using and what they are eating. Here is a slide with some relevant literature, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leonida. Very interesting presentation. A new thing for me, the green disinfestation products.
Also for the literature, it's a really innovative study, because most of the surveys study the disinfestation methods in the field, but we know very few things about what happens in warehouses. The thing is that although consumers want to use, don't want chemical use, they still don't know what happens in the warehouses.
A very interesting part in the supply chain. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, you're here.
Has to pay.
We have, in the questionnaires, we just have a scale from minus 20 to plus 20%, and they will just tick if they wanted to pay a premium fee for getting such products, with green differentiated products.
Okay, it was compared to the conventional products?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Contingent valuation, or?
I'm sorry?
It was contingent valuation question, or it was just a hypothetical question? You did.
I'm sorry, I can't get you.
Okay. There is a methodology for eliciting consumer willingness to pay. It's either contingent valuation, choice experiments. So probably you have to follow one of these methods to elicit consumers' willingness to pay.
In our case, we have used in the questionnaire more or less something like a Likert scale from minus 20 to 20%.
Okay.
And here I just present you if there are any differences between males and females.
Okay. Just an advice, you might want to include in your models then consumer bias.
Consumer bias. Yes, it's a more advanced technique, and
okay.
we will use it on the publication stage. But yes, we have done it. I think I wouldn't, that the time will not be so loose that I can present it. But yes, we have done it.
Okay, great, thanks.
I think we have time for another question, if there is one. Or else, thank you very much, Leonida. Indeed, very interesting. And we move forward now. We will shift to a teleconference presentation, if I am not wrong. And I would like to welcome Valeria Sodano to deliver her presentation. Hello, Valeria. Hello from Athens.
Hello, good evening. I know that I have to unmute. Sorry.
The title of the presentation of Valeria is Agriculture Digitalization, Power and Food System Sustainability. The floor is yours, Valeria.
Okay, thank you. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate to this very interesting conference. So you see the title of my paper is Agricultural Digitization, Power and Food System Sustainability. So my point is that digital innovation now it's really going forward. It includes a lot of applications such as genome-edited seeds, smart tractors, robotics, digital marketplace, and so. So the range of application is really great. And everywhere, I think about the main international institutions, among them the European Union, of course. They are very keen to see agricultural digitization as a way to promote food system sustainability. In fact, this is the declaration of the European Union, was launched in Brussels a few years ago. And so they are sure that digital technologies can contribute to making farming system more sustainable from an economic, social, environmental point of view. But together with this, all these benefits that have been highlighted, some works have cast doubts on an excessive emphasis on the benefits, and have instead highlighted some risk of negative side effects that would hamper instead of facilitating food system transition. So the goal of my presentation is just to give an account of how to deal with this risk. So my paper relies on some insight from recent study on digitization risk and on the role of power in sustainability transition. In particular, I want to see how digitization may trigger power dynamics which can hinder food system transition. So before I want to remind you what may be the risks and shortcomings of agriculture digitization. The first risk is that innovation benefits more the large farms and intensive conventional agriculture than small farms and alternative agricultural practices. The second risk is that the processes of a consolidation of the food supply chain induced by digitization can lead to monopolization and increased power imbalance throughout the food chain. The third risk is associated with security and political issues associated with data access and property rights. So this privatization of data is really might be really dangerous. So these are the risks. So what is the role of power? So there is a literature dealing with the role of power in sustainability transition. And they have stressed many important points, such as the issue of empowerment and transformative agency, the multiple and conflicting roles that states play in transition, the analysis of the actors and loss of powers that play the main roles in thwarting transformative process, and so on. So what I'm doing now in my current project is to cross the literature, on the risk of digitization with the literature on power and sustainability. And making this, I can identify at least two issues that need to be addressed and that require a specific focus on the concept of power. So my point is that we have to use the concept of power, the way it has been developed by the political science literature. So I am an agricultural economist and work at the Department of Political Science in Naples. So my perspective, of course, is from the science of politics. So these two issues are, one is really political issues, and then there is also an economic issue. So the political issue, maybe sum it up through these two questions. The first question is, does digitization affect important social issues that need to be addressed at political level? And the answer is really affirmative, because unfair distribution of innovation benefits and cost, and the disruption of technologies entailing traditional knowledge and cultural values, and then data privacy issues and national security risks, all these are important social issues that need to be addressed at political level. And the second question is, are policy choices for digitization made in a transparent and democratic way? In this case, the answer is no. Why? It's because the control of new digital technologies and related data by large multinational corporations means that global corporate power plays an increasingly important role in food governance. So we have this shift from public to private, and to, of course, this huge corporation control. What does it mean in terms of the theories of power? Such shifts means that regulatory choices will depend not only on the first dimension of power, which is the political power of the traditional liberal political thought, but also on the second, the agenda power, and the third, hegemonic power. Now I'm referring to these three-dimensional power that are the three concepts of power that have been developed by political scientists. So we all know all the political power. This is the way political parties, they fight and they regulate our life, but through democracies, of course. Instead, the other two phases of power, agenda power and hegemonic power, need to be specified. Agenda power refers to the power decision that makers have not only to choose among choices on the table, but also to leave some possible choice off the table. So it's the ability, the capability to exclude some theme from the public debate. Hegemonic power instead is the ability to manipulate others' desires. So this is, of course, let the hypothesis of independent preference by social actors false. So we have to drop this hypothesis. So when hegemonic power works. What we see is that in the case of process of digitization, we have that corporations, through their lobbying activities, may exercise some form of agenda power in the public policies decision arena, and through influential social activities, often framed through the rhetoric of corporate social responsibility, may exercise some form of hegemonic power at the level of civil society, making the public more akin to bear costs and risk of digitization. The rise of corporate power produced by digitization, therefore, may reduce transparency and democratic participation in policy decision processes. So that is my point. And then we have the economic issue. Digitization fosters market concentration and therefore the exercise of market power. So we have the common way of looking at power in the economic arenas, market power, but it's not only market power. Digitization also affects the distribution of value added along the food supply chain due to the disproportionate bargaining power of suppliers of digital innovation with respect to their customers. So such high bargaining power is due to the lack of data governance, which creates transactions characterized by high information asymmetry and ill-defined property rights and low level of contract enforcement. So we have the theory of contract, the transaction cost theory, They explain us that in this context, we have very unfair contracts with richest and most informed party in the transaction have given the opportunities to exploit the quasi-rents and the residual claims associated with contract incompleteness. So my conclusions, what are? I brought attention to the issue of power as an important element to take into account when evaluating the impact of digitization on the sustainability of the agri-food system. And I think that we really have to use theories of power, because this helps to understand that even if some digital innovations provide some advantages in terms of environmental sustainability, this latter might be largely outweighed by negative effects in terms of economic and social sustainability. So we have to pay attention to social and the distributive issue. The power discourse allowed to highlight how the growing power of some subjects, mainly corporate power, and the growing asymmetries of power, so power imbalance which damages alternative systems, may hinder transformation. And it also allows to understand how political power within the system might be shifted due to the new technologies from the public to the private sector and from the national to the global level, because we have this large corporation, they have transnational, multinational, they really are out of any geographic dimension. So these were my points. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valeria, for the interesting presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
Yes, from University. I'm Italian too. I'm a philosopher, and I'm just a question of clarification. First is, you are committed with a specific theory of power, and second, are you thinking that we are shifting from a public political power to private political power? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, the theme of power is very tricky, you know, as a philosopher, because I mentioned that only these three phases of power that have been developed some years ago. And then we have all the literature on the meaning of power through, power with, power over, and so on. And really, of course, when theories of power in social science generally, they let us to study the boundaries between the public and the private sphere, generally with the political models which use the rational choice theory. We see the political sphere as independent from the economic and from the social spheres, but the theories I like more are theories that try to put together and so and try to see all these spheres together. So I'm very akin to institutionalism in economics and radical theories in political science. So, so this is my answer. So it's difficult to answer, of course. The boundaries are very difficult to set.
Are there more questions? Thank you very much, Valeria. I think that no hands raised here. Thank you very much for the presentation. Next time, we hope to see you in person in the next conference.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's move to the following presentation by Sotiria Vouraki. Legume grains as alternative to soybean in the diet of dairy ewes.
Great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sotiria. I'm a veterinarian, and I'm currently a postdoc researcher at the Laboratory of Animal Husbandry in the School of the Veterinary Medicine in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And together we will discuss about the possibility of using legume grains as an alternative to soybean in the diet of dairy ewes. So a little bit of the background for this study. We do know that grain legumes are feedstuffs that have high nutritional value. So there has been a lot of research regarding whether they could be used to substitute or replace soybean in the diet of ruminants. This, of course, would be beneficial in terms of economic efficiency of farms, but also for environmental sustainability. And a lot of effort has been made towards reducing soybean. However, an issue would be the fact that legume grains have a relatively high content in anti-nutritional compounds, which could potentially have an effect on animal performance. So studies so far in dairy cows and meat sheep have shown no adverse effects. But literature in dairy sheep is scarce. So our objective was to assess whether replacing soybean with a mixture of legume grains, specifically with lupin, pea, fava bean, and vetch, could affect milk production and body condition score of intensively reared dairy ewes. So for this purpose, we used a total of 40 dairy ewes, which were of the Chios breed, which is an indigenous Greek sheep breed, from one purebred flock using the intensive farming system. These animals were at the 3rd month of their lactation period, from the 1st to the 5th lactation period. So these animals were divided in 2 equal groups of 20 animals each. So we had the control group and the treatment group, and they were group housed in 2 different pens. The ewes were fed a pelleted concentrate feed of 1.5 kilos per animal per day, together with lucerne hay at a same amount, and also they were offered wheat straw at an amount of approximately 0.3 kilos per animal per day. Now, the ewes which were in the control group were given a concentrate diet which contained soybean, whereas those that were in the treatment group received a different diet where soybean had been replaced with a mixture of the 4 studied legumes, lupin, pea, fava bean, and vetch. And you can see in the table on the right the physical composition of the 2 diets. It's important to notice that the 2 diets were equal in terms of energy and protein, also shown in the table on the bottom. Prior to diet formulations, chemical composition analysis of grain legumes was performed. I will not bore you, but you can see here in this table the content in starch, fat, protein, as the energy, the PDAN, PDAE of these 4 studied legumes. So, after a 15-day acclimatization period to the diets, then we started data collection. Specifically, data were collected every 2 weeks for a period of 60 days in total. So we had 5 time point measurements. In each of these time points, firstly, the body condition score of each ewe was assessed with palpation of the dorsal lumbar region, and then milk yield was recorded for each animal with electronic milk meters, and then a milk sample was collected for chemical composition analysis, specifically for fat, protein, lactose, and for solids non-fat content. And also in each case, pellet and hay refusals were collected, weighted for each group in order to calculate the respective feed intakes. Regarding data handling, we calculated the daily milk yield of the animals using official method of the International Committee of Animal Recording, and also the energy-corrected milk yield for 6% fat was calculated as well. And then, based on the group feed intake, the respective average individual animal intake was calculated in order to give us an indication of the consumption of the concentrate feed. Data were analyzed with mixed linear models using the R statistical package LME4. These models included the fixed effects of nutritional management and sampling time, the interaction of the two, and also the fixed effect of the lactation period and of the milk yield at the start of the study at minus 15 days, and also the random effect of the animal. Moving now to the results, just to have an indication, as I said, regarding the feed intake, we can see that throughout the study, ewes that were in the treatment group had a lower feed intake, concentrate feed intake especially, compared to those that were in the control group. This could be potentially attributed to what we said initially, probably the anti-nutritional compounds of the legumes, since no processing treatment had been done prior to their use in the diets. We do know that although these concentrations were within normal range, they could still have potentially affected the appetite of the animals, both short-term and long-term effects. However, the effect of nutritional management on animal performance, specifically milk yield, composition, and body condition score, was in all cases non-significant, which is rather important and positive for the potential use to replace soybean. This is actually in agreement with some previous studies, also in dairy cows, and some studies in the dairy sheep. Although in dairy sheep there have not been any studies so far that they have used a mixture of legumes, but they have studied one legume species at a time, still also the literature shows no adverse effects. The only exception in our study was in the last time point measurement, the fifth one, where the ewes that were in the treatment group showed statistically significantly higher milk yield, energy-corrected milk yield, fat, protein, lactose yields, and also lactose content, and lower body condition score. Also, in some cases in literature, positive effects have been found. But taking into account all our results, they suggest that replacing soybean with a mixture of these four legumes, it could be possible in the diet of intensively reared dairy ewes without expecting adverse effects in milk yield and composition or in body condition score. However, we should keep in mind this lower feed intake that we found in this study, and so appropriate processing treatment of legume grains could be used prior to their incorporation in the diet in order to try and increase feed intake, and also a study after using these processing treatments would be useful to validate these results. I'd just like to mention that this research has been co-financed by the European Union and national funds for the project Legumes for Protein. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sotiria. Are there any questions? I wouldn't want to ask something, to be honest, because I'm part of the project as well, so I would be biased.
True. We could just say that we are looking into the economic efficiency of this approach, which would be interesting.
I also owe you something for a new paper that I'm guilty of not
Soon.
having done. So, if there are not any questions, let's move forward to the next presentation. Thank you very much again, Sotiria. And the next presentation will be through a teleconference by Michalis Kordoulis. Good afternoon, Michali, how are you? And the title of the presentation would be Consumers' Willingness to Pay for Green Hotels and the Case for Millennials in Greece.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to take part in another HAICTA presentation. Εγώ το έχω full screen, αλλά από ό,τι βλέπω δεν με βλέπετε. Ωραία. Ωραία. Λοιπόν.
We still cannot see the presentation, Michali. Now we do. Okay, it's okay. Now we do.
Great. Your technician helped me. So now I see that you see my presentation. Our research has to do with consumers' willingness to pay for green hotels, and this is a project carried out concerning the case of the millennials in Greece. First of all, we have to see the contents of this presentation. We will make an introduction, we will speak about the research methodology, the research results, and we will have some conclusions. It is a fact that the growing interest in environmental sustainability has led several firms to adopt practices that are environmentally friendly during the last years. Environmental sustainability is in the spotlight of academic research, and it is linked with the concept of ecotourism in many cases. What ecotourism means, also known as green tourism, has appeared as a result of the global acknowledgement and response of tourism industry to environmentally sustainable practices. The growth of ecotourism can be primarily attributed to the growing environmental awareness, which is attributed to in many aspects of our lives. That is why societies become more aware of the harm caused on the environment, and in this way, customers are willing to purchase products and engage in practices that appear to help to protect and preserve the environment. These products and services are labeled as either green or eco-friendly. Thus, the rising awareness of human activities' negative impact on the environment has led many firms, including the firms of the tourism industry, to adopt such environmentally friendly practices and become more environmentally responsible. Now, concerning the willingness to pay for environmentally friendly practices in hotels, there are various findings reported in the relevant literature. So, some previous studies show that that consumers' environmental awareness can influence their willingness to pay for green hotels. As a result, over the last 2 decades, a large number of hotels incorporate green practices. According to another survey for international green hotels, the percentage of respondents who prefer to stay in green hotels is equal to 90%. While in another research, this percent is even higher, is about 92%. However, concerning the issue of how much more hotel guests are willing to pay for these hotels, studies found that guests are not willing to pay higher prices in order to stay in a green hotel. Now, for the case of Greece, first of all, as it is known to everyone, tourism is one of the major sectors of the Greek economy, since it accounts more than the 11% of the national GDP. In Greece, green hotels are increasing every year. This is why either already existing hotels proceed with significant environmental improvements, or new hotels are built from scratch with environmental protection to be their main focus. As far as some certifications concerning the green hotels, we can say that already exist and operate 370 green hotels in Greece, which is the third biggest number in the world. So it seems that green hotels seem to be an important component of the Greek tourism industry, and they will be even more important in the future. However, despite the fact that there is a good piece of research conducted worldwide, studies regarding willingness to pay for green hotels in Greece are limited. Thus, the aim of the present research is to examine this willingness through the case of the millennials. Now, concerning our methodology, first of all, we have to say that we have carried out an empirical study between the 1st of February and the 1st of May 2022, where we have analyzed 425 valid questionnaires. The sample, as we already said, consists only of millennials. Millennials can also be referred as Generation Y or Gen Y, and they are the people born between the early 1980s and the beginning of 2000. And the reason why we have focused in this generation is that the millennials are going to dominate the market for the next following years, and they are found to be socially responsible consumers, which are willing to preserve the environment. Now, concerning our questionnaire, the first part of the questionnaire had to do with the environmentally responsible behavior of the respondents. The second part had questions about their willingness to pay for green hotels. And the third part was about to measure environmental perceptions. This part was based on the NEP scale, which refers to the new environmental paradigm. In all the cases, we have coded the responses from 1 referring to strongly disagree to 5 which referred to strongly agree. Concerning our questionnaires' internal consistency, we have used the Chromebunks alpha, and we see that in all the cases, for the first, the second, and the third part, we have a good percent of internal consistency. So this is an indicator of the fact that we can proceed with the data we have collected. Now, let us speak about our results. First of all, we see that the vast majority of our sample were females, while at the same time we see that the most of the respondents had an annual income between 5 and 10 euros. Furthermore, concerning the ages, most of the respondents belong to the age group between 18 and 25 years old. This is, we could say, only a part of the millennials. While concerning their education, we have found that most of them hold a bachelor's degree. Concerning the environmentally responsible behavior of our respondents, we see that all the responses indicate a high level of environmentally responsible behavior, since the positive answers are recorded for the majority of the respondents. However, the fifth question indicated that most of the respondents did not financially aid or participate in environmental organization. This is very important because this is something we have used for our results, and we will see it later. Concerning now the willingness to pay for green hotels, first of all, it is revealed that the majority of the participants, which means 61.9%, responded positively, while 30% of them were natural, which it indicates a high level of endorsement. However, when the participants were asked to report the extra amount they were willing to pay in order to stay in a green hotel, we see that most of them, the vast majority of them, 72% approximately, report that they are willing to pay between 1 to 5% more than in the case of a typical hotel. Now, concerning the environmental perceptions and the respondents' willingness to pay to stay in a green hotel. First of all, as already mentioned, we have used the NEP scale to measure our participants' environmental perceptions. The NEP scale's mean score was equal to 3.38%. This means that if we take into consideration the fact that the NEP scale score is was measured in a 5-point Likert scale, we found that most of the respondents are characterized as environmentally sensitive. Now, in order to examine the relationship between environmental perceptions and respondents' willingness to pay more in order to stay in a green hotel, we have used the Spearman's correlation coefficient. Based on these coefficients results, we obtain a statistically significant and positive correlation between the NEP scale's mean score and the willingness to pay more in order to stay in a green hotel. While another part of our research had to do with the demographics of the respondents and their willingness to pay. Here, we have used the Spearman's correlation coefficient to examine the relationship between the willingness to pay and demographics concerning age, level of education, and annual income. And based on the results of this coefficient, we see that there is no statistically significant correlation. Concerning now the demographics about the gender, the place of residence, and the profession and the financial aid of an environmentally organization, we have used the Pearson's K-square test. We have found a statistically significant correlation between gender and financial aid or participation in an environmental protection organization. This means that despite the fact that there are not many people, as we have found in the descriptive analysis, that participate or financially aid an environmental protection organization, this little number of people are willing to pay more in order to stay in a green hotel. So, if we're going to conclude, we can say that consumers' awareness and concerns for the environment have grown dramatically, while environmental concerns are one of the most important factors in consumer decision making. This is a trend that applies in hotel industry as well. So, our research investigated the relationship between Greek millennials' environmental perceptions and their willingness to pay for green hotels. The results found a positive correlation between some of the above mentioned variables, while most of the participants reported that they are willing to pay an extra amount between 1% to 5% in order to stay in a green hotel. The findings of this research can be used to develop the understanding of environmental sustainability in hotels in Greece. Given the importance of hotel guests' environmental awareness, it is crucial to make them aware about the concept of environmental sustainability and its application in hotels. So, information about green certifications should also be accessible to potential guests, as they are found to be positively affect their willingness to pay, since this is a result reported in the relevant literature. This fact also emphasizes the need to encourage hotel guests to take part in reducing their own impact on the environment. The adoption of a greener mindset will protect the environment and boost competitiveness, as well as it is found in various other studies concerning several industries, not only the hotel industry. It is considered necessary to refer to some limitations. It should be noted that the obtained results could be representative only of the millennials. Thus, it is proposed that a future research should concern either old consumers generation or other generations of consumers that are very dynamic for tourism, like the baby boomer ones. Thank you for being here with me, and of course, we can discuss any questions if you have some of them.
Thank you very much, Michali. Are there any questions from the audience? A very brief question for me. According to your experience, do you see that the number or the importance of green hotels is increasing in the country? What is the perception that you have there, based to evidence?
Okay. In fact, I can say that during the last years, we see an increasing number of green hotels. However, what I could say is that most of them are trying to obtain a green key, and I'm not very sure if they are trying to be environmentally sustainable in practice, or they are just trying to obtain the certification of the green key. This is something that we have to research, and this is something which is considered very important, because in many cases, what we do is that we conduct a research and we just ask for the firm's managers to report us what they are doing and either what they think they are doing. So what is very important is to find some indicators, and this is a new project we are working on, so we can measure on ourselves if it is in fact, if a firm, including hotel firms, is really environmentally sustainable, or they are just trying to obtain a certification.
Great. Thank you very much, Michali.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank
And
you.
next time we hope to see you in person in the next conference.
I hope so, because my last participation was in Chania, so I think it's time to be with you.
Okay, we'll find a fancy place and we hope to see you there.
Nice.
Thank you very much. And let's move forward to the last presentation for this session, which will be delivered by Vasilis Moisiadis. And the title is A Real-Time Approach System for Vineyards Intra-Raw Weed Detection. Νομίζω να το πατήσεις.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I don't have my notes here. Δεν θα υπάρχουν σημείωσεις από εδώ. Okay. I will try to do my presentation without my notes then. Okay, my name is Vasilis Moisiadis, and I'm a PhD student, and in the past 5 years I have been working at the Institute for Bioeconomy and Agri-Technology, which is one of the 5 institutes of the Hellenic Research Center and facility. Today I'm going to present you a real-time approach system for intra-row weeds in vineyard cultivations. Let's start with a historical retrospect. From the dawn of humanity, farmers trying to cultivate to cultivate the land, and they developed various of technologies and machinery in order to cope with this undertaking. Then they realized that if they collaborate with each other, the crop production will increase, they can exchange knowledge and expertise, and everybody's winning. Then, with the Industrial Revolution, machineries came up to the agriculture as a science, and they further helped to increase the crop production, minimizing all the other negative aspects. I'm sorry. And yeah. And now we are in Agriculture 4.0. We're going to talk about the state of the art. Is the introduction of robotic technologies in agriculture. For example, unmanned air-ground vehicles known as UGVs, unmanned aerial vehicles known as UAVs, and machine learning algorithms. These technologies have various implementations for opening and closing a valve at an irrigation system to accurately detect diseases at very early stage. These technologies can be implemented in two distinct categories. The first category is prediction. We can use hyperspectral cameras on robotics and scan the entire field in just half an hour in order to produce maps or apply some machine learning algorithms in order to detect diseases. Also, in action, we have UGVs which can assist humans in the field, can carry large equipment or heavy equipment, or even make some pesticides appliance. Okay, we're talking now about the problem, especially in the weeding process. The traditional weeding procedure, the farmer has to navigate through the entire field in order to take notes about the approximate position of the weeds. Then has to go to an agronomist to consult him in order to properly adjust the dose and the types of the herbicides. Then the farmer has to go back to the field in order to make the appliance. In this situation, we have two main problems. The first problem is that we don't know the position of the weeds, the exact position, so the predefined dosage cannot be accurately distributed in the field. The second problem is the logistics of this operation that could take hours or days in order to be completed. The solution to that is our proposed system, which consists, which is a machine learning algorithm that is implemented in a UGV that can autonomously navigate through the entire field and scan in real time for weeds, and then assign a very accurate GPS coordinate to each of the weeds. In this study, as I said before, we have a novel approach of this problem, and our system consists of two distinct parts. First is the robotic platform, all the sensors and all the software that is developed for the study, and the second one is the weed detection algorithm. The robotic platform, the main chassis of the robot is by a Norwegian company called Saga, and it's called Thorvald. In that robot, we have embedded 4 sensors, a laser scanner, an RTK GPS, and 2 IMU sensors, as long as with an RGBT camera. The first 3 sensors are here to accommodate the autonomous navigation within the field, and the RGBT camera, along with NVIDIA module, is for the detection algorithm. All the sensors were carefully implemented in the robot in order to minimize the data error. For example, we placed the laser scanner on top of the robot in order to maximize the range and the angle. Now let's talk about the weed detection algorithm. The output from the RGBT camera feeds into the weed detection algorithm, where all the frames are segmented and fed to the algorithm in order to make assumptions on where the weeds are. Then, having the accurate coordinates from the RTK GPS, we can easily associate the relative position of the pixels, as we can see in the image, to the global coordinations. All the sensors, all the information, and all the communication between the modules took place via the ROS framework. All the data aggregation for both the training and the experiments were held on the Eurofasiliou field, which is located nearby Thessaloniki. And as we can see, the adjacent figure down the right is the robotics platform with all the sensors. We are very careful to choose the right dates for the data aggregation. We consult the administration of the Ktήμα Eurofasiliou, and they indicate us the right dates and the right time of the year in order to aggregate the best quality data that we can. Now, for the developed algorithm, we examined two possible types of algorithm in order to implement them and see who performs better. The first algorithm is the Nubian algorithm, which stands for object-based image analysis, and it's a very common methodology in order to identify shapes within the field. And the second is a deep learning algorithm. Due to the irregular shape and the variations of the weeds, we decided to go with a deep learning algorithm, and we chose an SSD ResNet 101 architecture. The algorithm was trained, used 1,326 images, 1,060 in total, 1,066 images for training, and 260 images for testing. All those images are taken for 4 different types of wine grapes: Sauvignon Blanc, Chardonnay, Syrah, and Malagousia. Finally, for the master CNN algorithm, which was chosen as the base algorithm, we built a workstation with Ubuntu and NVIDIA 1080 Ti, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and we used the transfer learning along with fine tuning from the COCO model. The training was needed 240 epochs, and the training took place in 3 distinct stages. As we can see, these are the results of the training process and the validation with known images for the 4 distinct varieties of grapes. As we can see in all of them, the model performed quite accurately, and we tested also the model to unknown images in order to avoid overfitting. This is a summary for 4 types of evaluation metrics. We have accuracy, precision, recall, and F1. As we can see, the accuracy percentage is over 80%. And these are some example images of the masks that were generated for the weeds. And finally, we took some extra photos from a different camera with different angles in order to properly validate the module. In the majority of cases, maybe except the first one, the model was performed quite well, and even in various times can distinct the fallen leaf from the vineyard from the weed. Finally, for future steps, we plan to further train the model aggregated more data and embed some online data sets such as DeepWeed and I don't remember the other one, sorry. Also, for the additional training, we are going to use 3 variations of the YOLO algorithm, the YOLO ACT, the YOLO ACT++, and the PolyYOLO. This project was founded by the Bacchus project, which is a Horizon 2020, and it's for the mobile robotic platforms for active inspection and harvesting in agricultural areas. Thank you so much. This is my LinkedIn and my email if you have further questions. Also, I'm glad to answer it here.
Thank you very much, Vasily. Any questions from the audience? Which will also be the last questions for today. Yes, please.
Hello. First of all, congratulations for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
I would like to ask if this robot named Thorvald, right?
Yes.
Could this work in real farming? I mean, do you face problems like powering the robot or having problems navigating the robot through the fields?
I will answer to the first part of the question about the energy consumption. Because it's a quite large platform, we have a 52 ampere-hour battery that can keep the robot running up to 8 or 9 hours. Now for the navigation part, it is very hard to navigate in large areas without any distinct objects to properly localize. But currently in the institute we are working and we have developed various of GPS-based navigations in order to cope with that. So to sum it up, yeah, it's quite difficult, but it happens. It's very other institutes they do it. We can do it as well.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, if I may. Okay, thank you. What about the data transfer from the? First of all, does all the processing happens on the robot?
Yeah, in the NVIDIA Jetson module.
And the results of it?
The results of it are geotagged and they upload it in a farm management information system that was built on the for the Bacchus project. But because it's beyond of the scope of this research, I didn't mention it.
Great. Thank you very much once more. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for this presentation. Just a question, maybe it's outside of your scope, but just a question because it's an Horizon project. First of all, it is economically viable, this solution for, let's say, the smallholders or the average holders? And if yes, if there is a plan inside the projects to examine if the farmers are going to adopt or not adopt this practice.
Unfortunately, for small farmers, it's not viable in order to purchase and maintain this kind of platform. But if there are collaboration between multiple farmers or some large corporations, for example, some corporations that have under their umbrella a lot of farmers in Greece, they can purchase this kind of platform. Yes. But from until today that we are speaking, it's not vital for a small farmer to purchase it. It's a new technology that takes time to proper embed to the real production systems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that this is all, Vasily.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And this concludes the first half day of HAICTA 2020. Thank you very much for staying until the end. We now have a cocktail. It will be in the roof garden. So we just take the elevator and go upstairs by the pool and enjoy a cocktail. Thank you very much.